All right, mic check. Are you guys hearing me okay?
Yes, there.
Um, Hello, anybody there? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hearing.
All
Yes, sir,
right,
I hear
cool.
you.
And now I can hear you. All right, great. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome again to another exciting class. um, I could almost say welcome to another fun class because I do see a lot of comments on our last exercise saying, "Sir, this was fun." um, those of you who had fun on the last exercise, let me see by the by the show of hands. Who had fun with the last exercise? All right, cool. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Let me see. Is that equal to the amount of remarks that I said had fun? I don't know. All right. I won't ask about those who did not have fun, right? But if you did have more fun, or if you did have fun, we're gonna have more fun. All right. All right. So, um, let's see. By the way, how is your what is your first studio crit?
So we had interim yesterday. So that's our first crit so far. And it was
Uh
kind of good across the board.
oh
Sir,
really?
final crit is next week to the week after next week Tuesday.
Week after next
Next
week
week.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Cool. All right. Is there anybody that is totally stressed out by studio already? Or it not start yet?
Not at all, sir. Easy pickings.
Easy pickings? Anybody that the stress start for them yet? Or can I just take it as easy pickings for everyone?
Stressed out a bit, but not, overboard.
Not overboard. Yeah. I'm telling you, design studio is, I don't know, a special module, I guess I could say that. Nothing quite like it. And somehow it manages to no matter what level you're at in design studio, whether you're doing first to fourth year or you're in a master's, right? It never seems it never ceases to put you in place when you think all is going well. But at the same time, there's no other course like it in any other course of study, right? I mean, if you're in a scientific course, you're going to have labs. But when you're here in architecture, we have design studio, which is kind of like our lab. And unlike regular labs, why it is not a mathematical thing at all, you know? Anyway, all right, guys. Well, have fun with it. And guess what? A lot of the things we learn here, you're going to end up using in design studio. So please learn as much as you can. All right. All right. So today, yes, we have another exercise. Also, let's see what else we have today. Right, today we're going to learn about image size, right? Which is going to help us to demystify image size. And usually this is one of the most eye-opening things, and I think it's one of the things that's going to save you guys a lot of money in the future, especially when it comes to printing. All right, so let me just open up this presentation here. All right, give me 1 sec while it loads. Right. So we want to talk about image size, right? All right. Now, let me start by asking you guys a question, all right? I have an image here. Let me try and find it. Where did I put it? Ah, here it is.
Screen is not blurred.
Oh, my screen is blurry. Clear that up. Right. All right, cool. Okay, I have an image here. Now, this is going to be interesting doing it through online. Let's see. Oh, let me turn up my screen a little bit. Now I want you guys to look on this picture. It's a picture that I took of an apartment complex, right? And it's an apartment complex that I used to stay at in the past. This is actually overseas, by the way. Nice design. I did some work with the firm who did the design. It's not Caribbean, most definitely, as you can see, right? But we don't want to focus on the architecture just yet. I want to focus on the image, and I want to ask you guys a question that you guys ask yourself every day. Is this picture high res? Is it? All right.
Sir, I would think so.
All right.
I mean, it looks hard to me from here.
All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring out the file information so you guys can see the file information that's there. Tell me if it's high res. Okay, so one person said that it's high res.
Yes, sir, definitely. Based on the filing.
So what in the file info tells you that is high res?
Sir, 6,000 pixels by 3,414 is a lot of pixels.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Hold on. Let me get my TV remote. 1 second. All right, I'm here. All right. All right. The sun has come out a bit, so I'm just gonna make my screen a bit brighter so I can see the image on my end as well. All right. Oh, by the way, guys, if you're in a location where your screen is a bit dull, I want you to make sure you have adequate light for me because we're going to be looking on some images and I need you to be able to see all the colors, right? All right. So yeah, 6,000 pixels. Sounds like a lot of pixels, right? Okay, so let me ask you about this other image here. So I'm gonna take off the settings there. Then I'm going to open this other picture here, and I would ask you the same thing. Is this image high res? And well, I guess maybe you would say yes, I guess, because they look like the same image. Let's see. You can put them side by side. Side by side. Come on. There we go. Not exactly in the middle, but it's good enough. All right, so which one of these images is more high res?
Well, one seems smaller than the other.
Well, forgive me, I resized it wrong.
Oh.
But can you tell from looking like that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Which one? This one. Zoom kind of showing
The
you
one
how
on,
to go.
well, it's on my right. I don't know if that would be your left.
Right. The one that the mouse cursor is on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. All right. I normally preview the meeting on my side so I can get an idea of what you guys are seeing on your side. Now, here's the thing, guys. What I want us to do to change coming out of this course is be able to scientifically tell if this image is high res. As a matter of fact, it is perhaps kind of impossible. That's kind of an impossible question, but we ask it all the time, right? Especially when we're going to print and we're going to put something on our sheet to print, when we're going to present, and we'll find an image and we'll say, hey, is this image high res, right? Because the truth is, that's an incomplete question, right? Because when you say high res, high resolution is a comparative term, meaning there are different things that define what is high res. So for example, is it this one? Right. If I show you, if I show you guys these two pictures here, and I ask which one is high res, which one is high res, you might say the one on the left. But then, okay, I guess this one doesn't show it properly. Let me use a different view. Open with, let's use our computer. And let's open Photoshop as well. All right, cool. This, yeah, all right, cool. But this is going to scale the whole thing. Now, if I ask you which one of these images are high res, well, you would probably tell me the same one because of from memory. But can you really tell me which one of these images are high res from this point of view? Anybody?
No, sir.
And that's the
No,
point
sir.
that I'm trying to get at. High resolution, or resolution being enough for you, is dependent by you, not the amount of pixels in the image. Now that might sound weird when you say, okay, so I determine if a picture is high res, but think about it. We have determined that this picture is high enough resolution because based on how we are experiencing this icon, it's good enough. And many of us see this all the time when we use our phones and we click on an icon on our phone. On our phones, it looks like a really high resolution. But what do you think would happen if you take an icon and, I don't know, print it on a letter size? It would get really blurry. So that means that the icon was quote unquote high resolution because us viewing it on the phone determined that it was good enough to be viewed. But us viewing that same icon on a big sheet of paper is what makes the whole difference with resolution. So if I go back to this example that I see here, well, if I say again in the future, or somebody asks you, hey, is this picture high res? The answer should be, well, it depends. It depends. Not if it has 6,000 pixels, because if I was to print this 6,000 pixel, this high res picture on a 6-foot printout, 6 foot by 6 foot printout, then when you see that printout, it will look very blurry. Anybody can tell me why?
The pixels a bit stretched in a sense.
The pixels are what?
I said the pixels are gonna be stretched, or it's not gonna be, the density of the pixels wouldn't be as high as in the size of this image.
Okay, all right. I give you maybe 70% for that answer, because I know where you're going with it, but maybe it's just the terms that you use in the way that you use it is kind of not so correct. But let's reveal it here, and then we can see if we can answer that question again, right? So if I look at the image, the information, what's the shortcut? Oh, right. information. Right. So this image is 6,000 by 3,000 pixels. But what do you guys think of this picture here? Anybody can tell me what resolution? Can you guys see?
16,000.
Right.
3.2. Wow.
More than double.
5928.
Exactly. More than double. But if I said again to you, is this image high res? You're not supposed to say, well, of course, sir. It's 16,000 pixels. You're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to say, it depends. Right? And what does it depend on? It depends on how the image is going to be perceived. And really and truly, that is what determines if an image is high resolution enough. Right? Now, we're going to unravel some secrets here, right? And after unraveling these secrets, the idea is that, well, you will never print something out and realize that the image is blurry and then have to spend your money and reprint it again, or you shouldn't. And B, you will hear some terminologies even when you walk into a professional printing place and they tell you stuff about, you want to print something and they say, well, it has to be 300 dpi to print. Anybody ever heard that terminology before?
Yes, sir.
No, but I
That's
understand.
per inch.
Yes, sir.
Right. So I want you guys to try and get this understanding. It's very important. And I'm going to tell you why it's important to you, right? And I'm going to start from my experience here. Right, so on the mirror board, I'm just going to share my screen yet because we're not ready to jump on the board just yet. So I'll just share my screen here. All right. Okay, guys, this is my studio presentation. Right, that was not very long ago. I did graduate in 06, but I probably about 9 years after 06, I spent about 9 years out there in the industry building a business for visualization. Right. And then I came back to CSA and finished up my master's, right? So this is actually my master's presentation here, right? And this is actually a business incubator that's here. As a matter of fact, it's over here. If you look there in the corner, that's me, right? A little bit younger version of myself, but me, right? So I have also been on the chopping block in an architecture school in CSA, right? So you guys are not alone. And guess what? Most of the lecturers has passed through CSA. Have you guys realize that?
Yes, sir.
So you can't tell them so they don't know what they're talking about. Anyway, what I want to get to you here is that this presentation here was my final year presentation, right? It was what you call a thesis presentation. And that was my model there. And I want to show you guys something. This is the digital. I went and dug it up. This is the digital of the presentation relative to the size of a person. Now, how many sheets do you think this is? Any guesses?
6
Well.
feet.
6? 12? Anybody? Okay.
12. 13.
All right. Anybody else? Give you a clue. It is more.
16, 14. Or probably 18.
Sir, 20.
You're
24.
You're the closest one. 20 is the closest one. Right.
24.
Show you this. It is 21 sheets. Right?
So much that they cost, sir? Almost $80,000.
Well, that costed about at the time $28,000. I don't forget it because I had to pay that. Right?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Wow.
Yep. $28,000. Right. And I mean, as you know that.
So what happens?
Go
Sir, what
ahead.
happens if one of the pages get messed up, sir?
Or better yet, what happens? Okay, let me ask you this. You see this image that's here in the top right hand corner? So this is this was a 3D viz. This was actually a montage. Hope you guys remember what's a 3D montage. So I went up I got one of my friends to take a aerial photograph for me, and then I put my building in the photograph. Right, we're going to do some of that in this module, right? But I put a building in the photograph. So that this is Ocharios, by the way. So for those of you who are familiar with Ocharios, here's the clock here, and my proposal was for the center of the town. So if you look in the distance, this is now Moon Palace. Right. It was Jamaica Grand, but now it's Moon Palace, and the story goes on. Right, that's Moon Palace in the background. So this image here, which is this image, is roughly the size of, what's the size of an architectural sheet? Anybody?
24 by 36.
All right, the most popular one at least, which is ArchD, right? That's the name given to it. So that would mean that this image that I have here would need to be printed at 24 by 36 and not be blurry. On screen, it looks fine, perfectly fine. But let me ask that question again, right? You can see here $28,000 in the balance worth of printing. Much of this printing has to do with images. So for example, these are rendered images here. They're actually photographs that are here. And there are more rendered images here of the front. And then there are some drawings that I have there. But in all, there is a lot of images, and a lot of them spread across multiple sheets. So on my computer screen, the image is the image high res? And this is why it becomes especially cost saving for you guys, because when you're looking at this image on screen, this image here, and I can show you the file for it. Okay, hold on a second. Here we go. Right, here we go. So this is the image here. And I can look on the information. And you can see that this image is 3000 by 1686 pixels. So let me throw out that question to you guys again. Is this image high res?
No, sir.
Why no?
Well, sir, for one, I say it has 72 dpi.
All right. Anybody else have any opinions? Is it high res? Meaning, when I ask you, okay, let me go back. When I ask you, is it high res? You're supposed to say, sir, it depends. Ah. And I would say, and you, if I say it depends, what do you mean it depends? You say, well, it depends on the size that the image will be experienced from. And when you tell that to me, I will say, oh, well, it's going to be as big as an ArchD sheet. So with that context in mind, can you tell me if this has a high enough resolution? I hear some people say no because it's at 72 dpi. Now, not only do I have to ask a question for this, which is my feature image, right? So this is the image that your eyes gravitate from left top. Your eyes always start at the left and at the top. When you walk into a building, the first thing you do is normally look where? Up at the ceiling. And you go like, wow. What an interesting place. You walk in front of a critique. And we're going to talk about sheet layout a little further down in a couple of weeks. But, you know, this image is compared to the other images there, right? Austin, mute your mic. This image here compared to the other images here is the largest image. Now, I do not want to waste it's a colored print, so I'm spending maybe about $1,500 for this sheet alone. So I want to know that it is high res. I don't want to guess. And the way that you guys answer this question is by using a simple formula. And I'm going to show you guys what that formula is. Right? And if any of you maybe say that, oh, we can't bother with the math, sir. Well, spending $28,000 to print these sheets is maths as well. So maths is something that we can't avoid. But it's not something that is complicated, right? And if you look here, I have some photographs here that is on my sheet as well. See, I did dig up the original for that photograph. Where did I put it? I think I left it on my laptop. Give me a second. I'm going to give the laptop a little while to come back on. All right, then I'm going to find this image here. Right, I'm going to give the laptop a little while to come on because the battery died. All right, so notice though that if you were to look at this image here, which is this size here, right? I'm gonna take a screenshot. So let me take this picture here like that, and I'm gonna stick it here. And I'm going to take the average size of a sheet. So let's put this on the front. There we go. All right. So this is the average size of a sheet. And remember, this sheet is a RHD sheet. But I'm going to also take a screenshot here, which this here is also a sheet. I think, is it up to here? I think it will actually, wait, I think this one started here and go to here. Maybe. I don't remember, guys. It was a little while back. All right, so let's use the same rough sheet size again. And I'm going to put this up front like that. All right. All right, so would you guys agree that this image, including even the title, right? Because you can see the title is up here. All of that is pretty much using 100% of the RHD sheet, right? And how big is the RHD sheet again?
24 by 36.
4 by 30.
There we go. All right. I'm gonna start put a buzzer in the class, right? Put a buzzer in Zoom. All right, 24 by 36. However, let's say this photograph here that I went to Ocho Rios and took with my camera, right? You guys always see me walking around with my camera. I like to take pictures. At the time, I didn't have that camera though. So I think I had to borrow a camera, or did I use a phone? I don't even remember. But I took a picture of the cruise ship here. Now, the interesting thing is that even though this is 24 by 36, make this red and make it thicker. Make it red. Right. Out of the 24 by 36, I'm going to move this away. This is about the size that I need to fit. So, you know, this is about the size of the image that will go onto my physical sheet. Everybody can see that? So we can see that this image here doesn't take up my entire sheet. It only takes up a little part there. But this image here takes up my full sheet, right? And this is a, let's call this a rendered image. And this takes up my full sheet. So then, so this image here use up my full sheet. Now, relative to a 24 by 36, we have an image here. I'm going to put this to the side here. We have an image here that use up the full size, but we have an image here that only use up, I don't know, this is perhaps like 5% of the sheet size. Now, if I ask the same question for this image here, which, okay, which I'm just gonna copy over in just a bit. right. Okay, there we go. And it should come over anytime now. Finally. Finally, there we go. So this is that image that I took there, right? It was when a cruise ship came in, right? Now if I look at the information here, we notice that this gives me some additional info that the other picture didn't, right? You can see, let me see if I can zoom in for you guys. You can see that it is a 6000 by 4000, right? 300 DPI image. It was taken with a Nikon D5 300 with an 18mm lens. So this is called metadata. So some photos that you take directly from a phone or a camera, it stores the metadata information as well, right? So, right, so this was the specs of this image. So, put this there below, and let me put this above. Let me kind of carry this. Let me put this a little bit further down. There we go. Right. So we know that this size is roughly here, and we know that this size, let's put an arrow so that we can remember, is roughly here. Let's make this red, and let's make this a little thicker and make it a dash line. Yeah. So this image is roughly here. Now, what do you think is the size of this image, guys? Roughly. What is the size of this image? Anybody? The real world size, like in inches. Hello?
Sorry, would it be 24 by 36 as well?
Exactly. It would be 24 by 36. That's the size that this image would need to be. So here comes a tricky question. What size do you think this image is? This one here that's found on this sheet here. The real size, like when it's printed. You can take a rough guess.
Sure, like no more than 5 inches by 5 inches.
Okay, all right, maybe about 5 inches by 5 inches, no problem. You know, you guys do proportions, so maybe, okay, let me put my, so that we don't get confused. So those are inches. There we go. Right, so maybe about 5 inches by 5 inches thereabout. Whether it is 6 or 4.5, well, it's not 4, but you know, if it's bigger, then sure, no problem. So this is the real world size that we would need this image to fill. Right? And so is this. Now, let's look at the specs of this image, right? So this was a screen clip of the sheet, and this was a screen clip of the sheet. Let's look at the actual photo, right? So the actual photo Where are you, photo? I don't see you. There we go. So this is the actual photo. And this is the actual photo here. There we go. Now I'm going to make these a bit smaller. And just so that we don't get this mixed up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a picture of a computer screen. Let's see. Let's use, aha, I found one. All right, good. So I'm gonna grab, I wish I found a black one, but that's okay. No. So this is a picture of a computer screen here, right? And I'm gonna put two computer screens. I'm gonna put one here and I'm gonna put one here. All right, cool. So imagine that you are on your computer now, and when you go on your computer screen, all right, I'm just gonna cut this down here just because just to make our, actually no, I'm gonna just make it smaller like that. Right. And I'm gonna add this one to this computer screen here. Actually, let's flip this around. Let's put this here. And we're gonna put this one here. Now, the reason I put this on the computer screen is that, remember, when I went out and took this photo, I am viewing it on a computer screen. And you know, my computer screen is going to be, I don't know, 21 inches thereabout, right? Maybe 14 inches if I'm using a laptop, right? So I'm going to be viewing this image on a computer screen just as well as I'm going to be viewing this image. Now, when I look at the size of this image here, and I want you guys to tell me what this size is, right? So, right, here we go with the first one. Okay, what's the size, guys?
$6K by $4K.
Right, 6,000 by 4,000. So let me put that in. Let's make this a little smaller. Oh, sorry, that's the size of this image, right? So it's 6,000 pixels by 4,000 pixels. Anybody remember the size of the other image? No? Okay, let's refresh our memory. Here we go. What's the size?
3,000 by 1686.
Right, 3,000 by 1686. All right, so 3,000 by 1686, right? This might look a little weird, so let's turn this that way, just so that, you know, might be a bit hard to read. Right. All right, guys, so here comes the magic question. In your program, in this case, I used 3D Studio Max, right? But whether you are using SketchUp or any other program, can you guys tell me, or rather, wait, let me not ask that yet. The question that you want to answer is, this image on my screen is 3000 by 1686 pixels. Is this image big enough or high resolution enough so that when I print, yeah, when I print this on a 36 by 24 inch, which is way bigger than my computer screen, will it be sharp enough? Now, I want to also show you something here, right? Every image is made up of pixels, which you guys can guess by now. And this figure here, the 3000 by 1686, is telling you how much pixels are in the horizontal row. And the 1686 is telling you how much pixels are in the vertical row. One row. So if I should open this image in Photoshop, there we go. And we already started to use Photoshop already. So some of this stuff, this interface would not be foreign to you guys. So let's open this image here and take a look. So now I'm in Photoshop. Now, if I zoom in into this image, continue zooming, continue zooming, continue zooming. What do you guys notice? What do you see?
Pixels.
Exactamundo. You see pixels, right? And if I should count these square dots here, which you can clearly, let's arrow again down, right. You can clearly see you have a dot here, a dot here, a dot here. There are 3000 dots, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going to count 3000 pixels, right? But you get the idea, right? In a single row of this image, there are 3000 of these dots. And that is why the horizontal resolution is 3000. Now, with that said, the same thing goes for the vertical, right? If let me scroll all the way up to the corner of this image here. If I zoom right down to the corner of this image here, I don't know, can you guys see those square dots? Usually
Yes,
when
sir.
they're all the same color, you don't see it that much. So let me go down here. Right, you can see it a little better here. And just the same, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so forth. So all of the dots in this row add up to 1686. And that's the amount of the height resolution, right? So hence we end up with 3000 by 1686. And we call that the resolution. So whenever we ask the question, hey, is this image high res? What are we referring to? The amount of
pixels in the photo, sir.
right. Now, the more the pixels is, the sharper the image. But pixels are finite. What do I mean by finite? Anybody knows the meaning of finite?
So that you have a limited amount.
Exactly. Like, remember that image that I showed you that had 16,000 pixels? I took that picture, by the way, right? if you guys anybody ever interested in photography, I didn't take it with a super crazy camera. I took it with one camera and did some created like a panorama, stitch it together to get it to be that high of a resolution. But I'm going to open this image here, this 16,000 pixels, right? And I'm going to open the one that was 6,000 pixels, right? These are the images that I showed you earlier, right? So this is 6,000 pixels. Now, just like before, if I zoom in, this is the 6,000 pixel one. Eventually, there are those pixels. Now, if I take the 16,000 one and I zoom in, eventually I see those pixels. So what do I mean? It don't matter how much pixels you have, you can zoom down to the individual pixel. And when you can see, so this is what you need to remember, when you can see an individual pixel, that is when a picture is going to be classified as low resolution or blurry, whichever one you want. So for example, this image as it is in front of me now is low res because I can actually see the pixels. As a matter of fact, even if I'm this far, can you guys see the pixels here?
Yes, sir.
Exactly. So this experience of this picture that I'm having now is also low resolution, right? What if I went this far? Can you guys see the picture now? The pixels? Anybody?
No.
No, no, sir.
All right, so there you go. This image is now high res, right? So what determines if an image is high res is how much you zoom into it. How much are you able to see those pixels? Once you can see the pixels, then it's no longer a high resolution, right? Now, the problem is that on a computer screen, we can zoom in and out. So I can zoom in and say, oh, low res, and zoom out and say, oh, high res, right? But when an image is printed on paper, like you can physically carry the printed sheet to your face or away, right? But what we use to determine how close the sheet would be are very practical things. Let me ask you a practical question. Normally, when you're reading a book about a page or just something that you're reading, about how far is your eyes from the sheet of paper? Anybody? About how much feet if you're good, if you want to estimate in feet? Anybody?
Good. Well, about 2 to 3 feet, sir.
3 feet? Okay. That would be like this. Like you're holding the paper in front of you like that. So
Yes, sir. My farsighted.
okay, fine. So 2 to 3 feet then, depending, right? But we're pretty sure nobody's reading it like this. All right. So with that said, we can estimate about how far you will be from a document. All right, let me ask you something on the other side of the scale. When you're driving on the road and you see a billboard out there, about how far you think you are averagely from that billboard? Anybody? I mean, one thing that I'm sure of, you're not necessarily
Like
Like-
probably 3 meters.
about 3 meters.
Or a little less than that. Yes,
Okay,
so-
cool. So 3 meters. So for those of you that at estimating feet. That's about what? 9-ish, about 10 feet.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Maybe. Yeah. 10 feet. Okay. I would argue on average, like when you're driving on the road, typically, because there are distances that are set by parish council of how close a billboard should be and all of that. The typical Pepsi sign and those billboards that you see, yeah, definitely you're about 10 feet, but usually a bit more. Granted, that distance changes, so you're coming in far, and then when you reach a bit closer, you can see the billboard, and then you leave it in the distance. Sometimes you're walking past that billboard. So generally, probably could be anywhere between 10 to 50 feet, right? So what I'm trying to get with you is that in real life, there are some established distances that help us to use that as reference markers so that we can know to print for something, whether it's going to be for document or for billboard, right? Now, when we're looking at a document, it's about 2 feet, 3 feet in front of you. Versus a billboard is not going to be anywhere less than 10 feet. 10 feet, as a matter of fact, is a little close, maybe. Because, I mean, a billboard is even tall. Sometimes it's on top of a building. So chances are it's more than 10 feet, right? Now, because that is much further away, it is like looking at this 16,000 pixel image and you're looking at it from this distance. Like, this is so far, you would never know. But if you are reading, if this was in a document that was in front of you, it would be maybe this close, right? So what I'm trying to get at is that resolution is a thing where it doesn't matter how much resolution, how much pixels you squeeze into an image, it can never be infinite. You can always get close enough for the image to suddenly become blurry, so to speak, right? Now, let's go back to our dilemma here. What we wanted to find out is that this image that is print that we see on screen, when we scale this up and print it at a 36 by 24, is this image going to be blurry? So let me ask Odin, what do we define as blurry again? How do we know when an image is blurry? Odin? You there, Odin? You awake? How do we know if an image is blurry? Okay, while Odin thinks about it, anybody else? Karif? What do we use to decide? How do we know if an image is blurry?
When it would have too little pixels to cover the screen area, I guess.
Right, when your eyes can see the pixels. Right, there you go. Right. So what we're asking is that when we print this image and we pay with $1,500 to print this on a 24 by 36, how do we know if when we pin it up for our critique, right? And that kind of looks like this. When I pin up this image and you guys come to my critique and view this image, how do I know that when you view this image, it will not be blurry? I'm sure everybody here have seen a printout that is blurry, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
we already defined what is blurry. If you can look and see that you can see those pixels, sometimes you can't see the pixels, sometimes you see a blur. So once you see blurry, then that means the image is not high res, it's blurry. So when I print this, I want persons to see the image as sharp. Now, unlike our phones and our computer screens, when I print this on this wall, I can't zoom in and zoom out. You know, it's there, it's real, it's on a piece of paper that's in front of you, right? So let me ask you this question. You know, what determines how near or how far we view this image from? So remember, we're painting a picture. You're in the critique. You're pinning up your sheets. You have this image that is 3000 by 1686, and you print it out on a 34 and a 24 by 36, right? And let me not throw out that question because that might be a trick question. But let me ask you this question. I asked you how close is normally a document to you when you read, and I asked you how close is like a billboard, you know, the average billboard that you see out there. Here is the question. How close are you or your lecturers to your average studio critique? Here I am. One of these noisy cars are passing. Let's just give it some time to pass. All right, guys. Yeah, my background is back to normal. I think Zoom does a good job of canceling out that audio. Could you hear the noise on your side as well? Or was it like low?
I wasn't hearing it first.
Wasn't hearing, sir.
Exactly. So Zoom does a good job of canceling out background noise. But for me, oh gosh, I couldn't even hear myself talk. So yeah. Anyway, so right. So I was throwing out the question. Your typical studio critique, right? Maybe I should have taken some more images, but do I have another image of this scenario? I think so. Let's see. Let me get one more reference image for you. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I just seen some of your messages. I wasn't seeing it earlier. My bad. All right, come on, internet. Okay, good. Let's see. This. Okay, hold on. All right, here we go. Well, unfortunately, in most cases, I'm usually the one taking photos. So whenever you see me taking a photo, I'm never going to be in it. But let's use this one as reference here, right? So here we go. Now, most of us are familiar with this scenario here. This picture could be a little brighter. Let me just brighten it real quick. Come on, internet. There we go. Save a copy. Download. And paste. All right. This is a little brighter. Right. So let me throw these questions out to you guys. About how far, generally, let's use a critique scenario. And for all of us are familiar with a critique. So these here are lectures. By the way, this is a master's critique. So this is up on the top floor. Everybody does recognize some of these people. Do you recognize any of these people?
Yes, sir. Mr. Julian Dixon,
All
Sherry.
right, good. Right. There you go. Right. And this feeling should be familiar of being on the chopping block with your lecturers, sword in hand, ready to slice and dice your designs, right? But it makes you better for it, right? But anyway, so let's say the distance between, let's use, let's see, I'm gonna try and estimate this here. About how far do you think this distance is?
They're about 78
6
feet.
feet.
There.
I hear 7 and I hear where? What was the other one?
6 feet.
8 feet? Anybody estimate it to be more or less? I want to get the middle. Anybody think it's less than 7? Okay, anybody think it's more than 8? No, okay. All right, cool. All right, so let's call this 8 feet then. All right. So on average, the experience of your studio presentation is not 2 feet. And I'm not saying that you can't get up and go up to your sheet and scrutinize it this close. I'm not saying that's impossible, because you could climb up on a billboard and look on a billboard image this close as well, right? Of course, the likelihood of you doing that is low, right? So, 2 to 3 feet for a document, because we hold a document like this or we're on a table like this, that's about almost anywhere between a foot to 2 foot. For your studio presentations, about 8 feet. And for a billboard, I would say anywhere about even 20, maybe 40 feet. Sometimes it's on a billboard, sometimes it's on a building, on the side of a building. So maybe 40 feet. As a matter of fact, I would almost say 100 feet. Like, how much of us drive through half a tree? How close are you to the average billboard sign? I know that it varies, but it's on average, it's definitely more than 20 feet. Because if this is 8 feet here, then this is a more intimate preview. So therefore, we can say we have some established distances. We have document, we have, let's call it poster, and then we have billboard. And each of those has some average distances between them. Now remember, how do we determine an image is blurry? It's how close you are. Now, on the typical studio crit, this is averagely how close your lecturers or your viewers are to your sheets. So you should always plan your images, your graphics, for nothing less than 8 foot distance. If you stand up 8 foot and look on your studio sheet, can you make out these drawings? Is this image blurry? Is this text too small? 8 foot should be your distance, because that is the average distance you will be away from it. Everybody following me? Everybody understand so far?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Now, we're going to continue this conversation of distances. Oh Lord, this vehicle is coming back with the noise. Okay, this. Yeah, okay, good. They're gone. Right. So let us answer the question that we have here. And don't worry, if you guys are not following this thing, we have about 2 classes that we're going to go over it. All right. So right away, we established that there are usually about 3 different distances that we experience documents, right? We have the billboard that is usually far. We have the print that is usually close. And then we have the studio, which is like in between. So this would be in between. Maybe it's a little longer. So I'm going to say, let me just find an icon here. I'm going to grab this. Grab that image there. Yeah, this is good enough. Right, good. I'm just finding some pictures here. Right, this one is good enough. All right, so this is what we established so far. We have the billboard and oh, actually, I'm going to use this. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to use this one here. There we go. All right. We got 3 pictures here. Right. So we established 3 different scenario. Hold on. I want a different one. All right, guys, I'm just looking for one more example of what I want. It's the best way to show this here. All right, let's use that one for now. I think that's the best example I can find. So we're gonna say billboard. We're gonna call this poster. And we're gonna call this document. And we actually have one more. I want to show this. Oh, I'm just gonna grab this from the. Yeah, right. Let's grab this picture here. That's good enough. And I'm gonna call this screen. Great. Now, these are the, you could say, the 4 categories. I'm gonna put this maybe on a different sheet. All right, remember, you guys can view your notes on the mirror board anytime. These notes are here for you to view. Right, so we're gonna call these 3 different viewing experiences. So I'm gonna say, you know, major viewing experiences. Now, what was the distances again, guys? For a billboard, what was the average distance? Anybody?
Was it 40 feet?
Okay, let's call it 40 feet. For a studio critique, you know, a poster, you know, a large poster on a wall. Think about a poster that you see pinned up in, I don't know, the supermarket or wherever. I think we said what, 8 feet?
Yes, sir.
For a document, about 2 feet. Here is an interesting one, a computer screen. All right, I'm warning you, this is a trick question. How far do you think you are away from viewing graphic documents on a computer screen? Heads up, it's a trick question. I mean, you're viewing graphics now on your screen. What's the distance? About how much?
Five. 3 to 5.
Hold on, did you say 55 feet?
Oh, 3 to 5. 3 to 5.
3 to 5, all right. Anybody else with a different idea?
It depends, probably 3 to 4.
3 to 4? This is an interesting answer. From Jackson. Jackson says it's always changing as long as you can zoom. I think Jackson might be in my mind here because the true answer is the number. What number do you think? The true number is, what number is that? Exactly. All right. Right. Why is it infinity?
Because of your ability to zoom.
Exactly. It's dynamic. It's more dynamic. Exactly. So it's a little tricky. And this is why a computer screen is the absolute worst thing you can use to determine if an image is blurry or not. Because you can zoom out to when it's not blurry and you can zoom in to when it's blurry. So this is like, there is really no like distance. Technically, yes, you are maybe 2 to 3 feet away from your screen, but you can be zooming in and out of your screen. And that makes things a little bit tricky. And this is why you look on something on your computer screen and say, yeah, man, it's good, man. And some of you might be zooming in and say, no, but this is blurry. And other person might say, well, it's blurry because you zoom in. If you zoom out, then it's sharp. So then you should print it because it's now sharp because you've zoomed out, which you know doesn't make much sense. But yeah, but that's the trick with the computer screen. Now, these average distances is what can be your guiding light, especially in CSA and beyond, right? When you guys go into the firm and they send you to print a very expensive document for the client, and they say, oh, you guys did DDM, so you know what size this should be or whatever. And the printers that you give your money to is just going to go, you know, Control P and print. And then when it's blurred, I say, hey, you gave us this image, right? So to answer our question as what size does this image need to be, we will use this formula here. And the formula says the resolution, and we know what that is, divided by the DPI, that's the dots per square inch, is going to give you what the real life resolution should be, right? So we know what the resolution is. It's 3000 by 1686. What is the DPI? Anybody can tell me what DPI is?
That's per that's per inch, Asa.
True, it is dots per inch, but DPI is a very elusive thing. And one of the reasons that it is so elusive is because of this. When you open an image and the image says, how much DPI does this image say it is?
772.
Right? And where's that other image? Here it is. Let's look at the information. What's the DPI of this one here? This was the photo that I took here, the 16,000 photo. It's like 240, right? Now I'm going to say something that is going to be maybe highly controversial to you guys. But listen carefully, because this is where most people go wrong. An image technically does not have a DPI. It does not have a DPI value. And that might sound weird, because when you send your things to print and the printer say, hey, is this a 300 DPI image? The true answer to that question is an image doesn't have DPI. You know, the person at the printer would look at you and say, what? What? But that's the truth. An image doesn't technically have a DPI value. An image has resolution. It has pixels. But an image, as per your computer screen, like you open a JPEG, you open a TIFF file, it does not have a DPI value. So whenever you open an image and it says the DPI of this image is 240, is 300, is 72, and you send that to print, that DPI value is irrelevant.
So,
right?
sir, what exactly does DPI mean?
All right. Now, here comes the even more controversial part. The DPI is whatever you want it to be. Some of you might be looking like, what? That doesn't make any sense. That sounds like something out of like one of Christopher Nolan's movie. What's it? Inception, you know, one of those dream in a dream confusing like statements. But yes, the DPI is whatever you want it to be. This image, when I open it in on the computer, it's saying that it's 240 DPI, and here is me telling you to ignore this and saying the DPI is whatever you want it to be, which might sound very awkward, but I'm telling you because this is where most people go wrong. The DPI of an image is determined by your viewing experience of that image. Saying that an image is 72 DPI or 300 DPI, that's per square inch, when that inch is elusive, meaning that you know, this is an inch. Oh, I've zoomed in, it's no longer an inch. An inch is now that. I've zoomed in more. Now an inch is even more. You get what I'm saying, guys? An inch is elusive on a computer screen because the computer screen is dynamic. It doesn't, the graphic that you're looking on exists in a virtual world. So DPI is determined by you And you determine the DPI based on this decision. So if you are doing something for a document, the DPI that you should use is 300 DPI. However, if that same picture that you were using for your document, you're now going to put on your studio sheet, well, that DPI should now be 150. But wait, if you decide to print it on a billboard, then that DPI should be maybe, I don't know, about 100, I guess. So what does that mean? That means that your DPI value is determined by the viewing distance that you're going to use. Now, I know this might sound like, what? But think about this formula. And this is the only formula you need to remember to save yourself money and not print something. Not send something to print, because when you open it on screen, it says 300 DPI. So, yep, it's good to go. Send it to print. No. If you want to know if something will print properly, you're going to use this formula. According to this formula, you know what the resolution is already of an image, because you can get that by just looking on the properties. What is the DPI of an image? You get that by determining how the image wants to be viewed. So if you're printing something to be used for your design studio, you're going to use a value of 150 DPI. And that will give you what is the actual size of the thing you're willing to print. All right. Now, is there anybody in here that believes me or think that is there anybody in here think that I'm telling lie, that I'm making stuff up?
No, sir.
You know what I mean? What you say? If somebody spent $28,000 printing their studio sheets, boy, it must have tell something where makes sense, right? By the way, I had to print this twice, guys, because you guys know that there's like a portfolio afterwards. So that sometimes they give you feedback which you need to change. Anyway, let's not rehash the past. So let's do the math quickly, and then we're going to move on, and then we're going to come back to this discussion about image size next week. So we're going to just take a break in about 10 minutes. We're going to just take a break, drink some water, stretch a little, and then come back for our class exercise for today. All right? So let's do this calculation, and let's see if what I am saying is crap, or there might be something there. So I'm going to grab this image and I'm going to put it right here, so that we can see it. And I want you guys to work this out with me. All right. So everybody have their calculator at hand. Just bring up your Windows calculator here, and let me see who first can get the values. All right. So do you guys remember the original question? The original question is, let me just grab all of this. Remember, our original question was, when I take this image that I got from my rendering program and I blow it up and print it on my 24x36, will it be blurry? We have defined what blurry is. When you are in the Studio Creator and you look at this image, will it be blurry to your eyes? And the way that we find that out is by using this formula. Now, we want to know, what does 1686 translate to when printed in the real world? What does 3000 pixels translated to when printed in the real world? On screen, we see that it is 3000 pixels wide, but when that print, what is that? 2 feet, 1 feet, 10 inches? Like, what is 3000 pixels in real life? That is really the question that we want to ask, right? So let's use the formula. So the formula says, I'm going to attempt to write with my mouse, guys, so forgive me. First, you need the resolution of the image. So let's put in the height first, because in order to get the real size, we're going to get a height and a width. So to get the height, we're going to plug in the height. What's the height of this image? Anybody? Oops. Work with me, guys. What's the height of this image?
1686.
Here comes the question. What is the DPI for this formula?
Unknown. X.
Nope. We do know the DPI.
Sir, 150.
All right. Why is it? Like, where's my pen now? Write it. Sorry, I need a bigger pen. Give me one sec, guys. I'll make that a little bigger. There we go. Okay, so 1,686. Right. And the DPI is 150. Why is it 150, guys?
Because of the sheet size that is going to be printed on.
Not quite. Not quite. Your answer needs to be very specific.
The viewing distance.
I want to say viewing distance or experience, right? What is your viewing experience of this image? That is what makes all the difference, guys. If your viewing experience is close, then you need to print it in a way that when you hold it this close, it will be sharp. If your viewing experience is going to be 8-10 feet, then you're going to print it so that it can be viewed sharply at 8-10 feet, right? So my viewing distance is 8 foot, and at 8 foot, roughly, we should be using about 150 DPI, right? So we are now telling what the DPI should be instead of looking at an image and saying this image is 72 DPI, right? You don't look on the image and use what Windows tells you. That is, just call it, it's a lie. I don't know why Windows did it. For many years it fooled me. It is still fooling many people. No, you determine what the DPI is to know if the resolution is good enough. So the resolution, let's say the resolution is 150. Who can tell me what my height, what my real world height is for this image here that is 3000 by 1686? Anybody? What is my height?
Sir, 11.
11, and it would be 11 what?
0.24.
No, okay, 0.24, but what unit?
Inches.
Inches.
Right, exactly, because we were dealing with a 150 DPI, which is dots per square inch, right? So this would be my height. So in real life, 1,686 pixels is equal to 11 inches. What is my real width? So how do I work that out?
20, sir, and now 3,150.
Right. So, and how we got that? We said 3,000 divided by 150, and we get
20 inches.
20 inches. All right. So 20 inches is my width. Right. So what is this telling me now? When I print this image here, with the expectation that it will be viewed at about 8 foot, thereabout, the real translation of a 3000 by 1600 image is 11 inches by 20 inches. Anybody can tell me what's the closest paper size to that size?
Sir, tabloid 11 by 17.
Exactly, tabloid. Exactly. And on average, how big would you say a tabloid is in comparison to this this here, maybe 11 by 17, so it's like half-ish. 11, 7, probably like that, maybe.
Yeah.
About that, maybe.
Yes, sir.
Somewhere in that region, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me repeat again. In real life, at 3000 pixel by 1686 pixel, when viewed at about 8 foot-ish around that distance, is going to equal to about a tabloid size. So let's rephrase this question. Suppose you were printing this document, this picture, to be used in a document, right? In a document. All right, where are my maths people? Let's work this out. All right, so remember what we did, we worked this out for, this was what? This is for a poster, right? So I'm gonna write poster here.
Sir, so the further away you are from the image, that is the less DPI.
Exactly. And why do you think that is so? Like, why would that make sense?
Because the person wouldn't be very close to see the pixels.
Exactly. But then why not just print a billboard at 300 DPI? Or even 400 or 1000? Like, why do we have to like,
because if you
with
squeeze so much detail into a square inch, you wouldn't be able to see the image very clearly from a certain distance.
Hold on, if you put so much detail into a square inch, you wouldn't be, oh right, you wouldn't be able to see that detail anyway, I guess is what you're saying.
Yes.
Exactly. But I mean, if DPI is like money and you have it, so why not spend it? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, if
extra work, that's sir.
Extra work. You're getting warmer. Like who is doing the extra work?
So the printer doing the extra work.
Okay, the printer is doing the extra work. Good. Who else is?
So I gotta take up more ink as well, sir.
I gotta take up more ink. What else?
Higher costs.
Exactly. So then we come on to the whole thing of efficiency, and this is why this formula exists. This is why you wouldn't print something that's going to be on a billboard at 300 DPI, because, and let me tell you why. I think, well, it's now 12. Let me see if I can squeeze in this, and then we'll recap next class, right? Remember this this cruise ship picture that I took? I took it with a camera, and you guys remember that you saw the specs of that. Where are you? Here we are. And these were the specs. So this was a camera. This is a camera here. Oops. Stick this right here. Right. So this is the specs of the camera. Now this is not a rendered image. This is like me going on some rocks, using my borrowed Nikon camera and snapping a photo. The Nikon camera, the maximum resolution that this Nikon camera could give me is 6000 by 4000, right? Now we can do some fast maths and work this out, right? If I wanted to use this picture of a cruise ship, and I wanted to print it out on a billboard, right? Let's do the maths quickly. What would be my width in real life? So let's go back to the formula. Let me write it out just so that we can all follow on the same page. All right. So what we would be doing is saying 6,000. Oops.
150.
Divided by how much? Billboard this time.
100, sir.
By 100. All right. Cool.
The 60 inches.
And that is 60 inches.
Yeah, 100, sir, not half.
Sorry.
80,000.
Right, there we go. Come on. Where's mixing up all my tools. Right, by 100, right? And that would equal to about 60 inches. How much feet that?
5.
5 foot. Good. Next, so this is my width. What is my height? This is my width. What is my height?
40 inches.
40 inches. All right. Let's put this over here. And 40 inches would give me how much? How much foot is that? How much?
3 inches.
3 feet. All right. So call it 5 foot. I'm just going to put it here. 5 foot by 3 foot. Right? So my Nikon camera that costs probably about $1,000 US. If I'm printing something for a billboard, which on average is about 100 DPI I want to use. Let's say I want to use that, right? Because it don't need to be any closer based on the distance. It's going to be about 3 foot by 5 foot. But if my billboard is like, I don't know, like a 10-foot billboard by, I don't know, 6 foot. You might look on that and say, oh, but what is the only way for me to get a higher resolution image? Anybody? In that case, how would I get a resolution that is higher? Anybody?
Lower the
DPI.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Let's keep the DPI standard. From a practical sense, this Nikon camera can only give me 6,000 by 4,000. But if I do my math and I say I want to print it on a bigger billboard, how can I get more resolution?
Sir, use a better camera with a bigger lens.
Exactly.
Better resolution.
I get a more expensive camera to give me detail that you will never see. You understand? So this is the reason why I use the formula, because it doesn't like you going out and buying a $5,000 camera because you want to use 300 DPI in your calculation, but you will never experience 300 DPI. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying on average, this thing that will go up on a building side, you will never experience at 2 feet. Why would you spend $5,000 for that unless you're actually going to do a billboard that you will experience at 2 feet? So this is why the DPI value changes, so that when you use the formula, you get realistic values that you can use to determine if my image is really big enough to go to be printed based on how it will be used. When stuff is going to go in a magazine, which you experience up front, you use the 300 DPI. Because for this very same image, if I use 300 DPI to work this out, remember, you get, I'm going to just summarize this now. Oops. Wrong pen. This is the pen I want to use. Right. So this image here at 100 DPI gives me 5 foot by 3 foot. If this image here was calculated at 300 DPI, we'll work it out already. What would it be? We'll work it out already. Nobody have any
40 by 13.
How much?
20 by 13.
So this gives you 20 inches by 13 inches. Translate that to foot so we can compare it. So roughly just under 2 foot. 1.8 foot by 1 foot. So
that's actually 1.67.
Oh, 1.67.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. 1.6 by 1 foot. Right. So the higher the DPI goes, the smaller your image gets, because you're telling yourself that I need to squeeze more pixels in this thing. And to squeeze more pixels in this thing, you need to justify it. Why? Because the image is closer. So the likelihood of you seeing the pixels, which makes something blurry, is going to be higher. So you need to squeeze more pixels. Right? But remember, your camera can only do 6,000. This is, unless you're going to buy a better camera. So therefore, if you determine that this image of this steamboat is going to go in a magazine or in a document, you should not make that image in that document be any larger than 20 inches by 13 inches, which is pretty decent, right? I mean, that's bigger than a letter size sheet. So technically, when I snap a picture with this at 300 DPI, I know I'm safe. When I go to print that image will be nice and sharp. It will be a quote unquote 100% sharp, because 6,000 by 4,000, when using 300 DPI, gives me a 20 inch by 13 inch real world size. And the reason it's 6,000, because I'm holding it the closest it can be. Like you don't experience a printed document closer than reading it, like unless you're like using a magnifying glass, which most of us are not doing. All right, I leave you with one more rule that will save you in CSA. One more rule, and I left this rule for last. What is that rule? That rule is you can go up to half of the calculated value. That's the most you can push it. Meaning that when I work out what this image is, it gives me 5 foot by 3 foot. The maximum stretch that I can give this image would be what? 10 foot by 6 foot. Everybody understand that? How much can I stretch this image before it gets blurry? The rule of thumb is not more than half its size or double its size. So that kind of helps you guys out a little bit. That means that for most of us, when we go and snap a picture with our phones, and chances are most of our phones don't give us a 6,000 by 4,000 image. They maybe give us 3,000 by something. When you work out this formula, whatever you get, you can double it and never make an image like once you go larger, that's like the limit, right? So that would mean that I could print this image theoretically on a billboard that is 10 foot by 6 foot, and it will look a bit, it will not be as blurry. But when you go into like a production environment, or like when you're doing this professionally and you need this to go in like a high profile thing, like a magazine or something that's high profile, they don't use this formula. They don't stretch images any at all. If them work it out and them say, look, 300 DPI, this image should not be bigger than 5 foot, they're not going to make it no bigger than 5 foot because they want to make sure that the viewer, anyway, you ever looking at nice travel magazine yet, right? You don't see no blurry image. None of those images not stretch. Because when they do the maths, if the maths don't work out, them say, well, you have to go back and buy a better camera and give me the right resolution. All right, guys. All right, so I know this was probably a little bit to absorb. So usually we split this over 2 classes, and there's a little activity attached with this. So we're going to do that next activity. I'm going to leave it here so that this formula will soak in and this understanding of DPI will soak in. And then when we come back next week and do a little theory, I'm going to see if everybody forget anything that we discussed today. Hopefully you won't. And then we'll do that class activity that time. But for now, this is going to be our discussion on calculating image sizes, right? Now, all of the notes that I wrote here on the board are right here on the mirror board for you to look through. So if there is something that you didn't remember, like, you know, what was that formula again for working out image size, or, you know, what was those values for determining whether it's between billboard or poster, again, you can always just come to the mirror board and take a look. Okay, guys?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a break and come back in about 5 minutes or so. Take a little water break, stretch, and then we'll come back for our second Photoshop exercise of DDM. All right? So see you in 5 minutes. All right, people. Are we still here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so the final leg of today's class will be to go through exercise 2. Oh, that reminds me. I had marked your exercise 1. Pretty much everybody did well. Everyone did well. Let me enable your grades. Give me a second here. DDM. Um, not yet. Like 5 minutes. All right, guys. I'm just enabling your grades here. Give me 1 second so that you guys can check it. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah. All right. I have to just enable some of my formulas to work with the overall grade website. Right. I just have to enable some of the formulas to work with the website. So that will allow you to view your grades. And I think we've got it now. Student grades. All right. Okay, guys. So what you need to do is, in order to view your grades is going to be posted real time. So from here on out to view your grades, you're gonna go on the website. Now, if you already have the website up, I want you to refresh. So let's hit F5 to refresh the website. Remember, guys, that is going to be passworded soon, so be aware of that. Scroll down to where it says check grades. That should be active now. Once you click check grades, you will see this this interesting spreadsheet come up. Green is good, red is bad, yellow is, I don't know, in between. Right? So for each exercise, you will see your grade and you will see if there are any deductions. I didn't do any deductions for this first exercise. Well, based on the time that everybody here handed it in. This is your ID and these are the criteria. So you know how you did in each one. This is your overall grade. And this is any notes. So sometimes I'll put notes like, you need to work on this or you need to work on that, and so forth and so forth. Right? And that's going to be true for all of the other exercises. So what you do is you just scroll across. So scroll across to see grade breakdown, right? This is I'll need to update this one. This is your participation chart. Where are my headings? Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I submitted mine, but I don't say I agreed for mine.
All right. Oh, when did you submit it? Maybe it was after I marked.
It was last week Saturday.
Was Saturday? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here what we do. Usually for any queries, like for example, if you're not seeing a grade or you're not seeing your ID, because I do have some gaps in my IDs here, which means I don't have everybody's ID. So if you're not seeing your stuff, this is why we use the Zoom messaging platform. And you just message me anytime. Just message me, hey sir, I submitted I'm not seeing the grade, and that way I can follow it up. All right,
sir.
Right. So please, you need to message me though, because we don't want to do it in class. We're going to be doing it, whenever we don't have class. All right.
Understood.
Cool. So you just scroll across, and as we go along, all of these will become populated, right? And then you will see your final exercise grade. Now remember, the exercises are graded at 10%. So even though you're seeing a full percentage here, this is only 2% of your grade, because all 5 exercises add up to 10% of your overall grade, right? Class participation is 10%. I need to label it. Let me put it here so you will remember. Exercises 10%. Let me refresh. Well, it's not going to come up same time, but I put it there. And this is where you go to check your grades from here on out. Okay, guys? All right. As I said, if there's any queries, any errors, please message me via the Zoom app. All right. So, I'm going to go back to the class website. So today we're going to be looking at exercise 2. And this is going to be one of those. There we go. So this is exercise 2. And remember, we spoke about those top uses of Photoshop. For this class, we are going to be enhancing a sketch drawing. And this is going to be very popular. You're going to use this, especially in your second year design studio, where you might draw something by hand, you scan it, and then you want to enhance it in Photoshop. We're going to go through some of those today, right? So as usual, you follow along in the tutorial. Right. You follow along in the tutorial, and remember that the tutorial video will be available. This class will be available afterwards. So Definitely you can ask questions, but if it's maybe is something you missed, don't worry, we can always go back to the video to grab what we missed, right? All right, so we're going to be focusing on enhancing this today. Everyone should have their Photoshop up and ready to rumble, right? Everybody has their Photoshop ready? I hope.
Yes, sir.
All right, okay, so let us get going. Okay, so for today, we're gonna be looking on exercise 2. Now, exercise 2 represents one of the basic challenges that we usually have in this field when we have a hand drawing, and what we need to do is use Photoshop to create a more elegant replication of that hand drawing, right? So this is essentially what we're going to do today. Now, the first thing we want to do is to grab the exercise files. So if we click that link, the exercise files should be here. You're going to download it, and that is what the file should look like. Now, this represents a scan of a hand sketch that was done, and you can see that it's a pretty straightforward scan. Nothing special about it, as this could be considered one of those, we would refer to them as chicken scratch sketches that you would do with a concept. If you're trying to come up with an idea for something, maybe you grab a piece of paper, do a quick sketch, and then you might have to photocopy that to keep a record of it, or scan it to keep a record of it. So you can even see that this was done on the back of a paper, you know, very randomly done. It's not exactly straight, and you can see that it was really just a quick sketch. Now, you might come across a scenario where you might need to enhance this image, maybe for further use or presentation. So that's what we're going to focus on today. All right, so first thing we're going to do is fire up Photoshop. Now, we did create our own workspace layout, so I'm going to load the DDM workspace. There we go. It was a much cleaner setup. And then I'm gonna grab my drawing. So for me, that would be in my downloads folder. So I'm gonna go to my downloads folder here, and then I'm gonna grab the sketch and just drag it into Photoshop. Now notice when I drag the sketch in Photoshop, it opens as its own file, as you can see here. That's the name of the file, as you can see there. But I am not recommending that we do it, open a drawing this way. Instead, what I want us to do, let's close that out. What I want us to do is to create a new sheet. We're gonna say this sheet is gonna be our scanned enhanced sketch, and we're gonna make that, we're gonna choose a document type to be US paper, and we'll leave everything else at default pretty much. We're gonna choose OK. Now that we have a blank page, now I want you to drag in your scanned image. Now notice when we do things this way, it comes in as a smart object, and we need to click that, we need to commit that change, as you can see there. So we're gonna say yes for that. Okay, Now, once the sketch is in, notice that it also comes on its own layer. You can see the layer here. You know it's a smart object because it has the little icon right here. And if you remember, with a smart object, we are not really able to manipulate it as freely. So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to convert this. We're going to rasterize this. So we're going to choose rasterize layer. And that will allow us to now manipulate this layer. Now notice that we have another layer here, which is the background layer. And if we turn off this background layer, you can see the checkered patterns, which is here and here, which represents the transparency behind our scanned sketch layer, which is here. So therefore, if I should highlight this layer and go to my move tool, which is here, and I move this layer around, you can see that I'm moving this on top of the transparent layer. I can also resize it, and some of you might need to hold shift to resize it equally. Alright, so what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna resize it just a tad, like that. So it's basically sitting inside my page, and essentially what I want to do is get rid of this white area that is here. So we only want to focus in on this area. So what we're going to do is, with the scan sketch layer highlighted, we're going to use a new way of cutting out the tool. Now, last week we used the polygonal lasso tool to cut custom shapes. This time we're going to use the one that's a square. So we're going to click that, and notice what I'm going to do is highlight just the usable section of the drawing. Now I could have used my polygonal lasso tool to draw a polygon around this drawing, but let's try a different tool this time. Now when we highlight this area of the box, what I want us to do, ensure that you have your scan sketch layer on, and then we're going to copy, and what's going to happen is that Photoshop is going to copy everything inside the marching ants that you see. So then we're going to go to edit and choose paste. You can even use Ctrl V if you please. Now notice a new layer is pasted, and just to see what this new layer is, let me turn off my scanned sketch layer. So you can see that it pasted what we copied inside the selection box. Now this is essentially what we need, because we've basically copied out the usable section of the sketch from the scanned sketch layer. So we're going to turn that off, and we can now continue using this layer. So I'm going to double click this, and I'm going to call it extracted sketch. Right? It's always a good idea to name your layers. Alright, so now that is done, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the move tool. Remember, that's right there. And then we're going to resize this to take up most of the page. So remember, we're not going to skew it, so ensure that you're not squashing or stretching the image. Depending on the version of Photoshop, you might need to hold shift. The newer versions, you don't need to hold shift. It will automatically scale proportion for you. So we're going to scale this up so that it is roughly in the center of our screen, and we're going to click OK there. All right, great. Now we can even turn on back our background just to kind of get the sense of everything. And this is what we should have thus far. Now, we don't need the original scanned sketch layer anymore because we've basically cut that out and we don't need that anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to drag it down to the garbage bin here, and that will essentially get rid of that layer. So now we only have 2 layers remaining. Now with the extracted sketch layer selected, what we want to do is now identify some problems with this before we start to enhance the line work. Now the first and most obvious problem is that this sketch is lean, and that is a regular. Yeah, what's up?
Yes, sir. After you highlight the image with the rectangle, what do you do?
Right, so what we haven't really done anything yet, you know. Basically we have just made the scanned image a little smaller and make sure that we have 2 layers. So we have the scanned image on one layer, and then we have the background layer. So we haven't done anything yet in terms of editing the image. I don't know if that answers the question, or what exactly you're referring to.
Because there's something about pasting and having another layer and then deleting that layer.
Oh, well, okay. I'll show you here. Right. Because when you, okay, wait, when you remember that when you first open Photoshop, you have the blank layer there. And then when you carry your sketch in, that's it. This is what it's going to look like, right? So you're going to end up with the scan sketch on one layer and then the background on the other layer. So what we did, we cropped it down because, you know, you can see that you have a bunch of white space here that's left over from the scan. So yeah, I guess that's what we did then. So we went to the crop tool. Oh, did we go to the crop tool or did we delete it? I'm not sure. But we go to the crop tool, and your crop tool should allow you to, oops. There we go. Right, it should allow you to just crop. Oh, no, sorry. Right, we didn't use the crop tool. Now I know what you're referring to. Right. What we did, we deleted the unused areas. We converted this to a rasterized layer, and then we simply just deleted this unused space. Just select it and press delete. I think we deleted some of the bottom as well, and maybe a little at the top. Right. So then that's kind of what we could delete a little more, maybe like that. Yeah, so you end up with something like this. And then what we did was use the move tool and made it a bit larger. Ryan, you have a question? Like that.
Yes, sir. I was wondering if in according with the update of the Photoshop kind of taking a while to respond.
Oh, okay. So you're trying to follow about what Photoshop?
Yeah, I'm trying to follow it, but like when I drag the picture and stuff in it, it can a little white response. So by the time that part gone, I still wait, you know.
Yeah. I know what you mean. All right. What we could do is I can share this pre-record with you, like what I did last class. So anybody that kind of fall behind and you want to like scrub back to an earlier thing that I had said, but the main video is moving ahead, I will give you, let me give you a link here. Right. So I paste it in the, oh no, hold on. Sent it to one person. Oh no, let me send it in the Zoom chat so everyone can get it. Not the meeting chat, but the Zoom, our group chat that we use. So our team chat rather. So I'm gonna go down to our channel, AC1, 20, yep, and then there we go. So that link will allow you to watch stream the video that we are going through here now, and you can easily just scrub back to an earlier point in case this main video leaves you behind. All right. All right. So let's look in your Zoom chat for that.
Thank you.
Okie doke. All right. So hopefully this puts us back on the train. So let's continue. A side effect that you might get from sketching, right? So what we're going to do is try to specify some. They have two layers remaining. Garbage bin here, and that will essentially get rid of that layer. So now we only have two layers remaining. Now with the extracted sketch layer selected, what we want to do is now identify some problems with this before we start to enhance the line work. Now the first and most obvious problem is that this sketch is lean, and that is a regular side effect that you might get from sketching, right? So what we're going to do is try to align this sketch. Now in order to do that, we're going to use the guides feature, and guides is a feature that you pretty much find in all of the Adobe digital design products, as well as most graphic design programs. Now in order to get that, what we need to do is we need to click and hold anywhere inside the ruler section. Notice there's a ruler at the top, and notice there's also a ruler on the sides. So what we need to do is grab inside the ruler and drag downwards. So let's try that. Grab inside the ruler, drag downwards, and what will happen? A guide will be created. So we're going to create a guide here to help us to align the roof. Then we're going to do the same thing from the left side. Now guys, if you don't have the guide enabled, because some of you, depending on the version of Photoshop, you might not see the rulers there. And what you do is you go to View and you just turn on rulers. So some of you Photoshop might look like this without any rulers. Let's go to View and turn on rulers, and there you go. All right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna grab inside the ruler and drag out like that. So we're gonna grab here and drag, and we're going to use this to align the wall. Now obviously you can see that the wall is very lean, so we need to straighten that. Let's grab another one from the top to maybe align the floor, and let's get another one down on the ground. Let's get another one for this wall over here. Now guides do not show when you are producing your work. So when you're printing, saving as a JPEG, these guides will not show up. You can control your guides by going to the view menu, and you can see where you can lock the guides, you can clear the guides and create a new guide and so forth. All right, and you can move them around even after you have placed them. So hence when you lock the guide, you won't be able to move it, and that might be usable in some instances. All right, so the first thing we need to do to straighten this drawing is that we're going to use the skew tool. So we're going to go to edit, transform, and we're going to go to distort actually. Now, please remember that you need to have the layer selected that you're going to be distorting. All right. So notice that you have two layers that are shown here. You have your background layer, and then you have the extracted sketch. So make sure you have the extracted sketch layer highlighted before you go to the skew tool. All right. Now with this distort selected, I want us to drag the corners. And what you want to do is to use your guides as a guide and see if you can align. You're basically watching these guidelines here, and you're trying to align your wall to these guides. At the same time, you're trying to align the roof and the floor. There you go. So we're going to move this around, and I think that's about it. And we're going to move this around. There we go. Let's carry this off a bit and over. So this is a real awesome tool, especially for architectural purposes. You might have a photo of a building that you want to align. This is how you would do it. All right, once that's done, you're going to choose OK. And there we go. We have this building nicely aligned. Now we can just go to view and clear our guides here. All right, and let's get rid of these arrows. All right, so it's almost as if this was our original sketch. Now we want to start enhancing these line work here, but before we can do that, we are going to need to clean up some of these areas that we have here in the background. Now it does matter what you do first. You could try to clean this up first, or you can try to enhance the line work and then clean it up. So in this particular case, you would want to enhance the line work because that will help with the cleanup process. Because these are a bit pale, so it's a bit hard to see where the cleanup is needed. So in order to enhance the line work so that the sketch has more punch to the line work, we're going to use a filter to do that. Now your filter menu is located up here, and when you go to filters, we are going to go to the sketch filter. Now you might notice that for you the sketch filter is not showing, and that's just a reason. Photoshop actually has by default for the newer versions hid this this filter. So in order to unlock it, we're going to go to edit, and then we're going to go to preferences, and we're going to go to plugins. So again, we're going to go to edit, preferences, and plugins. So this is essentially editing the setup for Photoshop. If you want to change the color, the background, the color of the page, the units, you would do it inside of this preferences dialog box here. All right, so we are, however, looking under the plugin section, and what you want to do is look for this option that says show all filter groups and names. So you want to make sure that that is checked. All right, and we're going to choose OK, and let's clear that. Now that will give you the sketch filter, and what we're going to go is go to photocopy. that's what we're going to use. That's the filter that we're going to use. Now filters, think of filters as special effects that you can add to your artwork. This special effect lets the picture look like a photocopy. Now when you click it initially, you might not see it in this window, and that's because you need to adjust the scale of your preview to see what the effect looks like. So I'm going to choose the minus button, and there we go. Now I'm not seeing anything here, and the reason I'm not seeing anything is because I'm actually adding a filter to my background layer. And of course you can see that there is actually nothing on my background layer, so that is actually an error. So you're going to have to watch out for that. So I'm going to cancel this, and I'm going to now make sure that I click the extracted sketch layer. Then you also want to make sure that this here is set up correctly, and this box needs to be black and this background box needs to be white. Now these are the colors that drive the effect that you're going to do, right? And you can manually set these to default, or what you can do is just click this little button right here, and that will just reset this to default. So you want to ensure that your foreground color is black and your background color is white. All right, so now that that is all set, then what we need to do is to go back to filter, and we're going to go to sketch, and we're going to choose photocopy. All right, so now you will start to see some effects here, and we're going to zoom out. All right, so right away you can see what the photocopy filter does. I mean, it actually looks like a photocopy, and you can now see more clearly the background that is here. So that poses a bit of a challenge because, you know, we don't want the background to be here on the image. Now additionally, what you can do is tweak these values here to get the desired effect, right? So let's see. Notice that when I change the detail all the way down, notice it gets more pale. You lose the background, but you also lose some foreground. So what you're going to do is just tweak these values until you have the best mix. You have a nice bright line work, but hopefully you don't have too much of a bright background. Now there's no real escape from this, so we're going to have to clean up the background anyway. So what you want to look for is to make sure that your line work is nice and bright. All right, and if you compare that to our original image, you can see that the original image was much paler, right? So we want to try to beef up those lines. The side effect is that we're going to have to deal with these background issues, but let's take it one step at a time. All right, so we're going to now choose OK once we're happy with this. Now this is a destructive effect, meaning just like the warp tool, once you choose OK, you can't go back to edit it. You basically just have to undo. So you want to make sure that you have the right balance. You're going to choose OK. All right, so now that we have the line work nice and strong, we now need to get rid of most of these background text. And the way that you do that is we're going to need to use the eraser tool. Now there are a couple ways we can do it. So first, let's try using the eraser tool here. Now if we grab the eraser tool, and as usual, you want to make sure that this is black and white, right? If it is not. Is that a question?
Yes, sir. I couldn't find the preferences portion in edit to enable the sketch filter.
Yeah, you're not seeing it?
No, I'm not seeing it, sir, in my option.
Which year Photoshop are you using?
2023.
Right. So when you go to hold on, if you are not seeing it, is the sketch already there?
Yes, sir.
No, right. So then you're okay then, because
No,
remember,
to enable the filter, the sketch filter.
so you're not seeing the sketch filter as it is there now.
No, I'm not.
Okay. And when you go to general
in edit, or
and then you go to plugins.
I'm not seeing. Where are you starting off with? In edit?
Okay, so right, so you go to edit,
yeah,
and then you go to preferences.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm not seeing the preferences on the toolbar in mine. Okay.
Oh, are you on a Mac or PC?
I'm on a Mac.
Ah, okay. Click on the Apple symbol.
Okay.
And then you see preferences. Sorry, not the Apple symbol. Sorry, the one beside the Apple symbol.
The Photoshop.
Right, the Photoshop button. Right.
And I guess it would be on the settings general.
Right, and then look for plugins.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, good to go.
Yes.
Right. Remember, you can use the video link in the chat if you want to scrub back to an earlier point in the video. All right.
That's it.
You want to hit this button to reset it.
There's
Every
no
tool
link
is
to
basically
the
driven
video.
by these. There's no what?
We're not seeing the link to this video.
It's not in the meeting chat. It's in the Zoom chat.
So I don't have access to the
All right. That's
stuff.
what you were saying. I'll put it in the meeting chat as well. I'm going to send out another invite to the Zoom chat, by the way, guys. So I'll do that in a couple minutes. But in the meantime, I will. If the video doesn't play in Chrome, just try like Edge or another browser. Sometimes the Chrome video.
I think you placed the link into the wrong chat.
Oh, I did? Oh, Lord.
Yes,
Oh, I see. Yes, you're right. I put it in Advanced Computing 1. That is not my class with you guys. It'd be in DDM. There we go. And I'm also, thanks for that, all right? And I'm also going to put it in the meeting chat as well. Right. Also, just a disclaimer, usually when I do it in the Zoom, I usually pause and do some other additional pointers, all right? So I would say that ultimately when this class is done, if you want to go back, I would use the recording from this class, because then that would just catch everything, all the pauses and everything. All right, let's go. Options. So you want to make sure this is on the default. Now I can start erasing, and if you remember how this works, any tool you select here, the options for it are located here. So with my eraser tool, I'm able to choose the size of my brush, which is here. I can also choose how hard my brush is. You can see these values here. And I can also choose the size of the brush. That's here. Now, if this size is fine to you, then you can clean it up. But you know, you can go through and clean up. You might realize that this might be taking a little longer than necessary. So you might want to increase the size of your brush. bigger. There we go. Now you want to remember you're going to use the Alt and mouse wheel to kind of move around. Now you don't want to erase your actual line work. If you do, then you're going to go to the history. You should still have your history panel, and you can just undo the last thing you did. So what we're going to do is clean up. Now what I suggest is that you use the big brush to get rid of the far reaching elements. So you know, we're going to get rid of here and maybe some spots in here where you don't really require detail. Maybe get rid of some stuff down here. There we go. Now additionally, to get rid of these detail areas, there are two options you can pick. You can either use a smaller brush and a sharper brush. So now you would adjust the hardness. You would adjust the hardness of the brush here and make it 100% hard. And oops. There we go. And that will help you to get in these small areas. Now the reason it's still fading is because I have my flow set to 35, so I want to make sure that this is 100, and that will give me a 100% erase. I can go in, oops, undo, and I can erase these areas. Now for some of us this might be a bit of a task. Oops. So you can use the shortcut buttons to make your brush smaller, which is the left square bracket and right square bracket to enlarge. So left square bracket to get smaller. Now, in my opinion, to do most of these cleanups, you would use a combination of the brush, and I would also use my polygonal lasso tool as well. Now how does that work? Well, we would do the same thing that we did to cut out the sky, but in this case we're just trying to cut out, you know, all these unwanted elements. So I'm actually drawing a shape around them. Come back to the end, and I'm going to hit delete. So you might find that that is actually quicker if you are a fan of using the polygonal lasso tool. Delete. Delete. Now you can also use the freehand tool, lasso tool, if you are good with the mouse. That might be quicker for you. Delete. Or you can stick with your eraser tool. It's really up to you what you want to use. Alright. Now an interesting thing to note is, notice that we are actually on the extracted sketch layer, and we're actually deleting elements of that layer. So if you turn off your background layer, then what you will notice are these holes in your drawing, naturally, because you have really been erasing this top layer here. So your background layer is white. So now that your background layer is turned off, you're going to see the transparent checker boxes below. So some of you might prefer this way of erasing because you can see definitely that, let's make this bigger. You can see definitely that the layer on top is erased properly, because the white is gone along with the text. Now when you're zoomed out, notice that you can't pan, and that's because you are already seeing everything. So if you zoom in, then you'll be able to pan. Now, you don't want to get rid of the lines. So to get in here now, you could either use a smaller brush, or you could use the polygonal lasso tool. So it's up to you how you want to tackle it. I'm resizing the brush using the left and right square bracket keys. And I'm gonna just switch to my polygonal lasso tool here, so that I can just make one big select of this area here. There we go. I'm gonna hit delete. All right, now let's just clean up this area here. I'm gonna grab my eraser tool again and erase that in here. Now you don't need to get rid of all of the white, because remember that the white is basically the white of the page. You're really just trying to get rid of those photocopy backgrounds that you see there. So like most of this stuff in here you could keep if you wanted to, because most of in here it's just pretty much white. All right, oops, there's a little piece right here. Now remember, you're using a raster program, so what you're really doing is manipulating squares. If you zoom all the way in, you will see that all of these line sketches are converted to pixels. Alright, so that means you have a finite. That means if you're looking at the image this close, it's going to look blurry, but this far it's going to look fine. Alright, so that's just something to keep in mind. Alright, so if you want, you can turn on your background layer. You know, it's going to look much cleaner now. Here, to get rid of some spots in here. Now you want to make sure that you are on the correct layer when you're erasing. So you want to highlight your extracted sketch layer and not your background layer naturally. Alright, so don't try to get it too perfect, because remember it is indeed a sketch, so we want to keep that natural, organic feel. Now the next thing that we want to do is we want to enhance some of these lines, and to do that we are going to use the line tool. Now this is another tool that we're going to be introduced to. That's the tool here. And remember, anytime you select a tool here, well, you need to look at the options up top to see what the tool has to offer. So we're going to select this line tool here, and we're going to change it to line. Ensure that you're on line. Now important, we need this to not be a shape, we need it to be pixels. Now depending on your version of Photoshop, you might get an icon instead of a text, but if you hover over the icon or the button, you will see which one is pixels. So you're going to choose pixels for this one. Now once you choose pixels, then next we need to worry about the size of the pixels, which now is 4 pixels. PX means pixel. So we could test that out. If we draw a line here, well, that's the thickness of 4 pixels, and it is 4 pixels because if you zoom in, you will see it's actually, you know, 1, 2, 3, it's like 4 pixels wide, literally. All right, so we're going to undo that, and the reason we're doing this now is that we're going to enhance the sketch a bit. So now you want to do this carefully, because you don't want to turn the drawing into a, you know, a very digital AutoCAD hard drawing. You still want to keep these nice splotchy freehand gestures. But what you're really doing is just trying to enhance the line work manually. Just touch it up a bit, especially where there are these gaps. So like here, you know, you want to kind of close up some of these gaps. For example, like sketching this fascia board here, I want to close that up, and where it has the drain, that's it. Now as I said, it doesn't need to be neat, it just needs to help bolster the existing sketch in a way that is not really noticeable. There you go. So you just want to add some, you're basically trying to get some definition out. So like maybe I'd add some to these, you know, just to give these floorboards some definition. Yeah, maybe give that, there we go, that sole plate has a definition here. If you want, you can even put in the timber symbol for your sole plate. It is a sketch, so it may not necessarily need to have all of those things. Now in some cases you might want to go more than 4 pixels. A shortcut instead of typing is that you can just put the mouse in there and mouse wheel up or down to change the size. So I'm using 9 pixels now, and I'm just using this to give the floor some definition here, since you know you want the floor to be nice and thick. And for our ground, I'm going to beef that up again, and this is just so that we can give the ground plane a nice definition, maybe like that. There we go. All right, you can use this to even enhance, so maybe I want to enhance. Actually, perhaps I would enhance these, but these lines are almost too straight, so you don't want to make them too straight. They're almost too straight. So of course these elements are being cut through, that's why they have thicker lines, right? So you remember in your architectural drafting skills, you would want to keep the lines that are cut through much thicker, right? Just kind of enhancing that a bit. All right, let's carry the line weight down again, and yeah, I think let's get one in here, and let me just get one in the middle of here. Let's get another one here. Oh, this looks like it should come all the way down. Yeah. All right, great. So we've pretty much enhanced this. Now would be a good time to save, and we're going to save this as enhanced sketch PSD. I'm going to save it to my desktop. All right, so now that we have that done, the next step will be to add some color to our drawing. Now some of us might be familiar with the age-old way of using the paint bucket. So for example, you might want to pick a color. So let's say that you go to your color here, you can pick a color, any color. When you pick a color, notice that your foreground color changes there. And if you want to do it old school style, you could get your paint bucket here and then try to paint. Now you might realize that that's not quite going to work out how you want it to. I mean, it is kind of working, but we're not going to invest in this method to paint. A, it's longer, and B, if you decide that you want to change the color of this, it's going to be problematic. So we're going to go to our history, So that was a little example of what we don't want to do. We want to use more modern techniques to paint rather than using the paint bucket. So what we're going to do is, well, first we're going to reset our thing here by clicking the little button here. Alright, so click that button and it will reset to black and white. Now what we want to do is we want to set this up in such a way that if we change the color, we can recolor it easily. That's the objective. Now, in order to do that, I want us to turn off our background layer. Now, when you turn off the background layer, you realize that you still have these white areas that is in the drawing. Now, in order to do this feature, what we want to do is we want to get rid of all of these white areas completely. Now, we don't want to have to go in and actually manually erase the white areas, definitely, because that wouldn't be too efficient. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to use a feature which is housed in the magic wand. So this is yet another tool that we're going to now use. And some of us might be familiar with the magic wand, but we're going to use the magic wand in a new way. So we're going to click the magic wand icon. And what the magic wand does is try to highlight similar pixels together. So if we click here, notice that it will try to highlight all of these areas. Or if we click here, it will try to highlight within this area here. If we click inside here, it does the same thing. It tries to highlight wherever you have selected. Now, what we want to do, we don't want to do that. Instead, what we want to do, we want to right click. I want to choose this option. Sorry, we're going to make sure we're on the magic wand.
Yes. What's happening? That was a question? Ned? Oh, Sasha, you had a question? Okay, not? All right. Okay, all right. Let's keep it moving.
We're going to right click. And when we right click, we should get a menu looking like this. Now you want to make sure that you haven't accidentally selected something with the magic wand, or else your menu would look very different. So in order to make sure we don't make this mistake, I want us to right click and say deselect. So that will ensure that we are not currently selecting anything. Then we're going to right click anywhere in the drawing and we're going to choose color range. So again, magic wand, make sure that we don't have anything selected. Make sure that you're on the extracted sketch layer. We're going to right click and choose color range. Now what color range does is it allows us to pick a color. So notice that you can kind of see the cursor is now the eyedropper. And what we're going to do is pick white. And what this is going to do is to highlight everything in our entire drawing that has the color that we just picked. And we're going to choose OK. Now notice what happens. Photoshop is automatically going in to select every color that we have that is white, even inside all of these little tiny areas, which is pretty great. So what we're going to do now is press delete. And notice what you have now. Now you have gotten rid of all the white. So all you're left with is the drawing. Now before we continue, I would like to highlight that a lot of times you might have drawings or images and you need to get rid of a background or a white background. Well, the way that we just looked on is a great way to do that especially for sketches. But this only worked well because we originally enhanced the line work. When we enhanced the line work, it helped Photoshop to identify where the boundaries are. Alright, so now that we have that done, I want to just highlight something to you at this point. Now, let's imagine that we save this file here, and I'm going to go to save as. Now, I'm not going to save it as a PSD file. Instead, I'm going to save it as a PNG. And this is where we get into file types. And a PNG file is a file type that allows you to store an alpha channel, meaning, in layman's term, it will save transparency. So we're going to choose that, and we're going to leave the options at default and choose save. Now I want you to notice something great about this feature, the ability to quickly remove the background. If I open any application, I can now view, there we go, and I'll just go to my desktop. I now have a sketch that has no background, and there's a lot that you can do with this sketch. Anyway, so moving forward, what we want to do now is we want to now color inside of these spaces. Now we're going to use another approach to color inside the spaces that makes it very efficient. Now what we're going to do is, let's turn on back our background layer so that it looks nice and clean. We're going to create a new layer, and to create a new layer, you're going to click the new layer icon, which is located here. So we're going to choose new layer, and you can see our new layer is now there. Now we're going to double click on the text of the new layer, double click the text, and we're going to call this wood color. And how this is going to work is, let us open, ensure that we have the swatches panel up. So the swatches panel gives us some default colors that is just great to work with. So ensure that you have the swatches panel enabled. Now what we're going to do, ensure that you are on the wood layer, and we're going to go for the polygonal lasso tool again, right? And we're going to choose the polygonal lasso tool, and what we're going to do, we're going to start with the rafter here. So what we're going to do is color inside of this rafter. Now instead of using the paint bucket, we're going to use the polygonal lasso tool and just draw a line inside the black areas. Now here's an interesting point. You want to try and be as untidy as possible, meaning don't try to zoom in and get all this. No, you want to be very untidy, even at times missing out certain areas. And the reason you want to do that is that, remember that this is a sketch. So we're going to double click to close that. So notice we have this area selected now. Now what we're going to do is we're going to put the wood, let's get this area here. Right, so we're going to put the wood layer, and we're going to put that below our sketch layer. So let's do that. There we go. And then we are going to grab our paint bucket again, but make sure that you are on the wood color. And then we're going to choose a color, but instead of using the color panel, this time let's use the swatches panel that has some nice textured wood available to us already. So we're going to pick one of these nice colors here, and with the paint bucket highlighted, we're going to fill this area here. So notice it has just filled in the area that we have selected, which is great. Now let's go back to our layers, and what we're going to do, we're going to deselect. So we're going to change to the lasso tool, again the polygonal lasso tool, and we're going to right click and choose deselect. So now it's deselected. Now let's do the same again for here. So we're gonna, let's use the same wood layer here, and we're going to use the polygonal lasso tool, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to try to draw the highlight in here, and we're going to try to be intentionally untidy, not too untidy though. And we're also going to fill that with wood. So go back to your lasso tool and deselect. So you get the idea. So let's do this again. We're going to try a different color of wood here for our beam. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new layer, and we're going to double click, and we're going to call this wood 2. And we're going to make sure that it's also below our sketch layer. Now with the wood 2 layer selected, we're going to go back to our polygonal lasso tool, and we're going to, let's color this area here. I'm going to select that, double click to close it, and let's go over to swatches and pick another tone, maybe a darker tone, and go now to our paint bucket, and we're going to fill that with a darker tone. There we go. Maybe that's too dark, too dark, so I'm going to fill it with another tone. Yeah, that's good. Alright, so switch to polygonal tool and deselect. Alright, so let's continue. Let's fill in this stud here. We're going to make this gray because this is a black wall. So again, we're going to create a new layer, and we're going to call this wall. I'm going to move a little bit fast now because we should be getting used to this. We're going to choose a color. So we're going to go with gray. Let's see what's in here. Nope. Grayscale, let's go with that. Now you want to make sure that you are on the wall layer and that you have now on the polygonal lasso tool, and we are going to just draw in here, and we're going to fill it with gray. Now if this was on top of the sketch layer, that's how it would look. So you want to make sure that it's below the sketch layer to get that effect. Now let's say you wanted to color the floorboards in the same color as this secondary wood here. Well, you could do that easily. Best to go back to the wood tool layer, or you could even make a wood floor layer and change that color. But in case you don't remember what tone of brown you used, you can always use the eyedropper tool. The eyedropper tool is located here, and you can use the eyedropper tool to get a color that's existing here. So let's try that out. So let's say we want to color the floorboards here, but we want to use back that color here. Well, all we have to do is make sure that we're on the right layer. So we're going to put that on wood 2 as well. Then we're going to use the polygonal lasso tool, and we're going to highlight. I'm just going to highlight all these boards all at once. So now that's highlighted. Instead of going to swatches now, I'm going to use my pipette tool, and I'm going to click this color here, and notice that it has grabbed the color and put it there. So now I can use my paint bucket and I can fill this, and it fills with that color. Alright, so we get the basic idea. So now what we want to do is to just color the rest of the building, and you can use any color you prefer. right? So I'm gonna have another one here, and I'm gonna probably call this metal. I'm gonna choose another grayscale for it, maybe something lighter. Use my polygonal lasso tool, and I'm gonna select the downpipe, you know, and I'm actually trying to be messy here. Don't want this to look too neat because it is a sketch. And I'm going to use my fill bucket, and I'm going to fill that with gray. Great. I'm going to deselect. To deselect, you have to be on your polygonal lasso tool. All right, then we have this stud right here, so we're going to make that another brown, maybe more like a gray brown, maybe. So let me choose the color first, and then I'm gonna maybe create a new layer, call it stud. And while I'm on that layer, I'm going to use the polygonal lasso tool, and how I'm going to do this, I'm going to stop here. Now I want to show you something interesting here. Notice, because I have a window here, I'm gonna stop here, but I don't want to have to like do this process twice. So instead, what I'm gonna do now, notice that if I hold the shift button, there's actually a little plus that shows up on the cursor every time I hold the shift button. See, I've pressed it, release, I've pressed it, release. And what that does is that will allow us to add another selection. So let's do that now. So I've now added the base of this here. So now I have this and this selected. So while I'm on the stud layer, and this is the color that I chose, I can fill that, and both layers will fill because I've selected both items. All right, so I'm going to deselect again. All right. Now let's deal with this now. So I'm gonna maybe work with the wood tool layer, and I'm gonna select there, and I'm also gonna select there. So I have two selections there. I'm gonna use my eyedropper tool and grab this color and use my paint bucket tool to dump that color in the selection. There we go. Now next, if of course you can use any color you want. So because this is blue, let's use a blue color here. Now I'm gonna try something new. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna say glass. Now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select inside here, make sure that I'm on the glass layer, and this time I'm going to go to swatches, and let's pick a nice blue color, use my paint bucket and fill. There we go. And let me deselect. Okay, so another thing that we can do is we want to fill in here with a color, but so far we have just been filling with a flat color on these areas here. So what I want us to try out is to try to fill with a gradient, because a gradient can show depth and it will give a bit more depth to our drawing. So what I want us to do, I want us to fill inside here with a nice gradient color. So to do that, we're going to create a new layer, and let's call this interior. There we go. Now on this layer, we're going to do the same thing we did before. We're going to select inside using the polygonal lasso tool. So it's the very same concept. However, instead of filling with a color, this time we're going to fill with a gradient. Now our gradient tool is also located here, but the gradient tool is actually hidden as a secondary option to the fill tool here. So if you remember, these little teeny icons there represent that they are secondary buttons here. So if I hold this down, you will notice that now I have my gradient tool, which is a secondary tool to my fill tool. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hold this down and choose gradient. All right, so notice now that this is now the gradient tool. Now how the gradient tool works, it's quite interesting. These two colors here, the gradient will fade from this color to that color. And how it works is the first place you click will have this color. The next place you click will have the white color. Now let's give it a test. We can always undo. So with the gradient tool selected, we're gonna select the gradient tool, make sure that we're on the interior layer, and we're gonna click and drag and release. Now what you notice happen? Well, this blue color is up here and this white color is here. But because I dragged in this direction, it fades from blue to white. So that is actually pretty cool. So I'm gonna undo that. I'm gonna go to my history panel and undo that. And let's do it again. So this time let's fade from top to bottom. So from top to bottom. Same thing. Okay, let's undo that again. What if I did just a short line? Well, it will only fade in a very short space. Let me undo. Let me do a long fade. And it's going to fade in a long space. So what we're going to do is actually set these colors to look a bit interesting. So first, we're going to set the foreground color. So what we're going to do, we're going to use the swatches, and let's use two tones. So let's try like maybe a very light brown. No, we've been using brown. Let's try like a orange going to yellow. So we're going to click on the secondary color now. Oops. Right. We're gonna swap these colors around by using that little icon there, and we're gonna choose this yellow color. So notice we're going from yellow to a kind of brown, and let's see how that looks. It's not too bad. Maybe it's a bit bright, so maybe we should try going from like a gray, or maybe like a gray white brown. It's not too bad either. Now you could also go to a custom color, so I could double click this and go even lighter, like down there. Yeah, that's looking better. All right, as a matter of fact, perhaps what I want to do is, because there's light here, I want to like draw a line from here so that it kind of fades. So here looks a bit lighter than down here. Let's double click this. Let's make this like basically white. So it's almost like light is coming through this window. So that is pretty cool. All right, so notice now that we have all of our areas on different layers. We can turn them on or off. And the great news about this is that if we wanted to change a particular layer, let's say like the metal layer here. Well, there are two ways we could do that. The shortest way is that we could just click metal. We could right click and choose blending options. And while we're in blending options, we can actually do a color overlay
need to click it. And when we do a color overlay, basically whatever color is here, whatever color is here will also go here, because that area here is this layer here. So that is actually pretty cool. So we can simply just click this and just change the color, and whatever color we pick, it will recolor this layer. And that is because we set up these layers to work efficiently. So imagine that this was a sketch that you did, and you know, you are really, if you look back where we're coming from, we're really coming from this sketch here. And we have turned that into this. So you can already see all the enhancements that we did. We cleaned it up, we colored it, and it's even efficiently colored, so we can edit the shape whenever we want and still keep that sketchy look. Alright, so pretty much what we're missing now is maybe some entourage. And I want to just show you a quick tip for getting entourage. You can really, as long as the file that you're downloading is a PNG file, you can get the entourage in. So if you wanted to, let's use Chrome, and let's say we wanted to get a silhouette of a person there. Well, what we could do is we could just search for human silhouette and look for images. Now here is the interesting part. If you're using Google, what you can do is go to Tools, Color, and then choose Transparent. And when you choose Transparent, it will only give you results that have no white background. So for example, you can just pick this and you pretty much get this without a background. So you could just copy this image, go into Photoshop and paste it. Actually, you need to save it in some circumstances. So I would save this image, and I would save it as a PNG. It's a PNG by default. Let's save it to the desktop. And actually, we can just drag it from Chrome here onto here. There we go. And we can just make this smaller. Right. And that's how we have some entourage. So even if the entourage was not a part of the original drawing, now you have a sketch with an entourage that you can use, and you could add anything, trees and clouds and pretty much anything. But this would read now as a kind of painting, and it really came from a chicken scratch sketch that you might have done, and you can enhance it to let it look like a more presentable sketch. All right, guys. So that is going to be your second exercise. I hope you guys learned a bunch today. I'll look out for your submissions. And as usual, the same rule applies. You submit the work after class. I give you up until tomorrow to submit it. All right. I will look out for it. Okay, guys. Is there any questions that anybody had regarding to the exercise?
Oh, yeah, just some do it in there.
What was that? No question? Albert?
Sir, me that's some kind of miss some of the name.
Oh. No worries, no worries. So as soon as this is done, I'm gonna compress it, upload it, and you guys know already, I hope, where to find the class recordings. When you go to the class website, the big red button is there, you can't miss it. You go to class recordings, choose the module. So in this case, you're choosing digital design media, choose the year, and it will pop up right below that one. All right, guys. All right, so that is going to be our sketch for today. It was great hanging out with you guys. Look forward to it next week. Have a good rest of the week. All right. And take care.
Sure.
Yes, what's up?
Sure, I saw you sent me an invitation, but how do I get access to the assignments and those stuff?
They're on the website. So I sent you a message in the. All right, I'll just copy it to your to the Zoom chat, right? So look, there's a website there that you go to, and then that has the links to all of the all of the classes, and it also has the area that you're supposed to register for the class site.
Okay, sir.
All right, I just sent it in the chat group.
Okay.
All right, cool.